Discovery, go at throttle up. All right, guys, I'm here. Give me 1 second, dudes. Oh, yeah, I gotta close the door. And I'm, like, all screwed up today. Thanks, baby. I love you. You gave me a banana. I got the banana. All right. All right. Okay. Life race. Shut that down. We got railroads to build. Let's go. How's everybody doing? Excuse me. One monkey. Dude, railroads. So excited for more railroads. That's right. Yeah. No more hopium, fellas. Fellas, I got some bad news. I got some bad news. I got some bad news, bros. You might not want to see this. This is bad. Oh, all right. See, I told you. You might not want to see it, but also, ooh, that right there is what we call a copium overdose. And frick me, dude. Look, the tail is still standing when the plane is ripped in half. Man. Hey, your boy. Did I call the tail still standing up? I called that. I called that from a mile, from 550 kilometers away. Ha ha. Aha, she's still standing. Yeah, the front fell off though. Yeah. Did I call though? The tail, she's standing up, boy. Yeah, guys, that's a write-off. That's ooh. Hey, the wings are still all right. The wing box is toast, but hey, the wings, not replaceable, still good. We could part this out, man. It'll buff out. It'll be fine. The flowers are still standing. It can be repaired if they can get the tooling for it. However, the cost of repair would exceed the cost of the aircraft. No, yeah, of course, Pythos. Actually, dude, here, check this out. Here, take a look. There's another fuselage sitting in the hangar across from this. See? So, might not be as costly as you might think. And see, the wing box on this one is intact. See that? So, guys, I might have a little bit of copium left. I might have a little bit of copium left. Still looks in good condition, man. Assuming they didn't destroy the hangar too. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think this is, if you really want my honest opinion, I don't think this is a product of one, like, oh, the Russians did it, oh, the Ukrainians did it. I think this is just a result of fighting, dude. Because, like, think about the video that we saw yesterday with all those trucks there. It's very clear that they were staging trucks there, so it'd be a target because they're staging trucks there. I think it just got wrecked in the crossfire, man, which, that's war. Sucks, man. It sucks. That's how war goes, dude. Of all the hangars it could have been parked in, well, Hostomel Airport is big. It's a big airport. That's the only place that's like covered. So it's a big airport. Yeah, it's got a runway that's as big as the SLF. So 15,000 feet. That's a 5,000 meter runway, guys. So it sucks, dude. But I don't think the Russians were purposely targeting it, because why? What's the strategic importance there? They're not going to do that. That doesn't make any sense. But if someone's staging troops next to it, or a fuel truck, or logistics, oh yeah, no, blow the heck out of it. I mean, that's what makes the most sense to me. But once again, I said that, you know, until someone takes a shot from basically where this shot was taken, we won't know the truth, and now you know the truth. So, but the tail is still standing, dude. Tail is still standing. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. The tail's still in one piece, man. Hell yeah. And the wings are intact, man. It's just the wing box that got a little screwed up. That's fine. Take the wings off it. Throw them on the other one when this is over. What's that, PY? Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's $1. Oh, God. Okay. Dear. Yeah. Yeah, $1, man. Sucks, brother. This whole thing sucks, dude. War's a pain in the butt, man. Time to tow it away with a tractor? I don't think that you need a big friggin' tractor to do that. I don't think she can roll. Maybe the back though. But yeah, guys, judging by this clip, I mean the clip is from Novosti. It's from Russian news, but it looks like there was a pretty bad battle going on here. And look, there's the fuel truck. Just like I said, dude. Just like I said, there's the fuel truck. Boom. Freaking called that. Man, I'm tired of being right. I'm not. I really wish I was right on the 225 though. Oh well. Yeah, exactly, Jim. There was something went down at Hosimo bad. We probably never know. Probably written about it in the history books, man. But yeah, yeah, no, there was a battle going on. Someone sent me $1, I could live for a month. Yeah, I know, man. This sucks, dude. It sucks. It sucks, brother. I don't know what to do. Like, I don't know what to do. I'm trying to be positive about the plane and that, because I don't want to talk about anything else, man. That's for sure. How about we build some trains, okay? Why am I able to see military jets and drones on Flight Radar? Shouldn't they be hidden from the general public? LiveReb, the reality is you're only seeing ones with their transponders on. You're seeing basically non-tactical movement. All you need to watch is the intro to cheer you up. Guys, I'll be honest with you. Elfish, that's cool. Surgeon cost in Russia is the lowest right now. My summer train, yeah, right. What was I saying? Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Less than, jeez. There are lots of fighter jets flying on the borders with the transponders off. Yeah, and guys, once again, that's not just us. The Russians are doing the same thing too. They're skirting. Guys, look. All right, I'm gonna be real with you for a second, okay? I don't like doing this, and this isn't anything. This isn't any Rule 8 stuff. This isn't gonna shock anybody. There's a lot of newer people to war here, okay? And I'm not saying that I'm an expert. I'm an armchair general. Dude, I don't know what the frick's going on. But also, here's the thing. That's military history is something I very much study because the space program is very intertwined with it. So, on both sides, everywhere, all over the place. Every rocket that we ride on can stems basically from the A4, from the aggregate missile. Every rocket, every single one of them, without exception. They can all trace their lineage directly to it. So, it's very heavily entwined. Honestly, this isn't anything that skirting NATO countries, or NATO countries skirting the Russian border is nothing new. That's been happening for decades. Simultaneously, The Russians have been skirting NATO borders for decades. That always happens. You always poke and prod. It's literally the high school equivalent. You know, in high school, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. It's literally that, but on a global scale. I'm not touching you. I'm not in your airspace. You are in airspace. No, I'm not. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. It's that. That is nothing new. And once again, there's a lot of newer people that are learning about war in the last week. This is nothing new. We've been doing this for years. I'm sorry to be that guy. Oh my God, the Russians are, they're skirting Finland's border, and, that's, dude. And China's flying near Taiwan. That's been happening for a very long time. They do that to the UK too. Yeah, drummer. Russian planes would go fly around Scapa Flow all the time, and they still do. There's a lot of new people learning about war lately, and yeah, it's very clear to tell who doesn't know much about what's going on and who does. And once again, I just noticed that from kind of my armchair general perspective. Bandit, Russia loves to fly near Alaska, but you'd be stupid to think that we don't skirt the Bering Strait with B-52s all the time. And F-15s and everything else. Dude, we do. Everyone does it to everybody. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is nothing new. And yeah, it's kind of fallen to the wayside. It's not talked about much because it's not a huge story. We haven't talked about it. Dude, we've been still fighting proxy wars since the Cold War ended all over the place. Yeah, that's right, DJ. Heck, we have a carrier floating around in the South China Sea to piss the Chinese off. That's what we do. This is war, guys. Modern war, fighting is just, that's one small subset of a much bigger picture. I don't think it's the fact that the Cold War never really ended, Spoon. I think I think that the power vacuum that was left after the Soviet Union collapsed, we're reaping the rewards of that one. Thoughts on Mark Van High upcoming return to Earth? Steve, from what I can tell, everything with the ISS is still status quo. Yeah, PY. Jeez. Dude, you know what, man? I love reading about military history. I love learning about military history. I read a lot about World War II. I read a lot about all different types of stuff. You guys know. I know all the planes, and I know all the... My tank knowledge sucks, but, I know tons about this stuff. So much that I could freaking, I could be a museum docent about this thing. And I'm not trying to brag. This isn't anything new. Everybody freaking sits and pretends I can't believe war. This war is broken out on Europe. And don't get me wrong, I said it too. I can't believe a country's invading another country. But then, I sat there and I thought about it. And this isn't anything new. The U.S. did this 20 years ago. It's war, man. It's hell. This is why I've been so anti-war, because you know what? The more and more I read about war, the more and more I think it's a bad idea. Gain deterrence through a show of force. Scary as that is. That's right, TJ. And that's, fellas, that's the reason why I always said, everyone's oh, NASA should have the defense budget. I don't hear anybody saying that right now. Why do we spend $600 bajillion on defense? Why do we do that? Where are those people? Where are those people? Where are those people? I don't hear them right now. You guys hear that? Where are all those people? Plums is right here, man. Yeah. So I don't know, man. Guys, this isn't anything new. And that's what sucks. More activity at the local Air Force Base, home of the B-1B. Is it connected? Who knows? Yeah, Hart, the thing is, man, is there more activity, or do you just notice it because there's a war going on? That war that we're not even fighting in, let me put it to you like that. Well, yeah. You know, it is what it is. Yeah, I don't want to talk about that, man. Guys, like, this is humans, you know. Why do you think I think we should focus on space, man? There's a very good reason, because if we don't, we're just going to kill each other. This is what happens all the time, dude, without fail. Freaking ardently pro or anti-war. That is freaking really, this is really stupid, isn't it? Give me one moment. All right. Anyway. Let's jump into railroads, shall we? How's railroading going? It's good, man. Ah, there is the beautiful sounds of Heist. Oh yeah, okay. Let me get the server up and we'll go. Let's build, man. And that dude, here's the ultimate segue real quick. Here's the ultimate segue. Guess what? The truth is, it's easy to destroy things. Real easy. Takes skill to build something. Alright? Remember that. And that doesn't matter if you're building bridges, rockets, whatever. Takes skill to build stuff. Alright, destroying stuff is Bush League. It's Bush League, man. Did I hear bridges? We could make some bridges today. I have a feeling I might have to, Plums. War would never happen if the politicians had to fight it. Yep. Anyway, with that being said, let me host up a server. Okay. Let's do this. I don't want to know what that noise was. Afternoon. Sad about the 225. Anyway, I changed my mind. I'm going to buy a Honda Grom. Ew. Hey, Chief. S. Tone it down a notch, brother. S. Tone it down, dude. Stop. That's not gonna help. It ain't gonna help. Don't do that. Don't do that to me. That noise is everything loading in. Don't worry, it'll become worse the more you build. Right. So is this like a model trains in a 3D environment? Pwn Sister, take Transport Fever. Take Transport Fever and combine it with I was gonna say Transport Fever and Trains Railroad Simulator, only in first person. That's pretty much what this is. HO Super Race. Yep. It's not so much open TTD, because you have to drive the trains, Cruzo. You have to move the trains around. That's on you. Wait, where's your train? I don't think I saved when I drove the train down there, Ordon, but I could be wrong. Yeah, so basically, see this rail line that I made? I made it. well, see this rail line? I made this yesterday. Yeah. Hey, Grizzo. You made this? I made this. Do you have to grade it and everything? Pwn Sister, I'll be 100% real with you. I'm not sure if you have to grade stuff. To be totally real with you, I'm not 100% sure if you have to do that. With that being said, I graded everything. I'm pretty sure that a grade will affect the, the train's performance, though. There is physics simulation in this. I know there is. So, where's the train? It's down at the other. It's at the other end of the line. So I built a line that goes from freight depot to sawmill. Today we need to build sawmill to logging camp. This is a narrow gauge track, Tars. It's 3-foot gauge, so it's narrow gauge. It's not Stevenson gauge. They're gonna, from what I can tell, and I was talking with one of the developers here in chat the other day. From what I can tell, it's just narrow gauge for now. From what I can tell, it's just narrow gauge, dude. And you might get bigger trains later. If you water it, it'll grow. That's right. Sounds like you have an air leak. Well, isn't the blow-off valve just an intentional air leak? Bless you. Thank you. There's Betsy. They want to show some love for the narrow gauges. Nothing else does. Yeah. If it's intentional, is it still a leak? Don't make my brain hurt like that. How the tracks around the sawmill look out? How about I take you down there and we'll find out. Put some, so check this out. This is a steam engine. This is Betsy. You gotta stoke the boiler, which is cool. So, one of the devs that's working on this, is a mechanical engineer, and I was talking, and that's coincidentally the guy you're hearing play the guitar. That's Heiss, right? And check this out. He made sure that when they made the trains, they're made correctly. So, you have, so look, like, here, let's look in here. Look. You want to know how much water you have? Check that out. Water simulation. This is a wood burner. Zim, dude, engines used wood for a long time. Like, if you're building a logging train out in the middle of nowhere in the American frontier in the 1800s, coal, you ain't getting coal. No way. Wood. Wood's all around you. You can use that. Whatever you can use to make heat. And then, you know what the funny thing is, guys? Coal was basically phased out by the 1930s. They were using heavy oil for steam engines. They use fuel oil. So, like, the same type of oil that you'd use to heat up your house if you have an oil burner. Oil? Said anything about oil, man? You cooking? But yeah, it's not satisfactory, dude. I can't just zap an oil refinery in over here. You know? So, but check this out. The entire valve train of the external combustion engine is here. So, guys, I wanted to talk more about it because I didn't talk much about it yesterday. So, this is an external combustion engine. And what it basically is designed to do is make steam. So, you have a boiler down here, pretty much like a water heater in a house, right? It literally is a water heater. Only this is designed to make steam. And what happens is you have a saddle boiler with this thing, or you have a saddle tank with this, because the tank is saddle shaped and over the top, right? And the water goes through a condenser that's inside of the boiler. Or an evaporator, basically, inside of the boiler. That's the right way to do it. That's the right way to say it. And then from there, it goes down into a two-chamber piston design. So how a steam engine works is you have a piston in here, like on a car, that goes up and down, right? And basically, there's an eccentric on the axle right here that's attached to a connecting rod that's attached to an actuator. That right there, that bracket is the reverser, by the way. And then that pulls valves, two valves right here, open and closed. So when the steam engine wants to go forward, it pumps the front valve opens, it pumps steam in here, pushes that piston back, which drives the wheel, right? And then that valve closes when the piston gets over here at bottom dead center, and then that valve opens and it pushes the piston forward. So hey, Heis. And then from the throttle valve to the header into the valves. Yep. Live steam injector. Hey, Heis. Good morning. How are you doing today? Heis, what I was saying is that the whole thing is there. That's something I was trying to touch base on at the... Hey, she good. Blow-off's working. Everything is there. So, like... You build the tracks out, right? And watch this. So here, is the boiler stoked up? We're at 125 PSI. All right. Now, you can look down and you can control the thing, but I don't want to do that. All right, the brakes are off on the train car. And the brakes are off on the train. Let's put the reverser into forward. Open up the regulator. No, cooking. I've seen his YouTube videos suggested to me, though. And now, what are the commodities for a steam engine? You need something that makes heat, and you need water. That's it. They need water to be able to boil it, so they can make steam pressure. And it's an open loop system. It's an open loop steam cycle. It's not closed loop. So what would be an example of a closed loop system? A nuclear power plant has a closed loop cooling system, but some nuclear power plants can have an open loop cooling system. Now, I know what you're going to say. Well, why doesn't a steam engine have a closed loop system? If a steam engine had a closed loop condenser system in it, the steam engine would be probably 4 or 5 times as big. A closed-loop condenser is a good idea. Oh, crap. The switch was thrown. Well, this is going to end well. Poor Betsy. No, that's the name of it, Italian guy. Well, yeah, probably should have checked that. Where are the signals, man? No. We can re-rail. I was like, well, now we die. No closed loop so that the blast from the nozzle can cause a normal shockwave in the stack, hence the chuff sound. And that drafts the fire hotter to get better steam generation. Oh. Heist, does that work like an expansion header on like a snowmobile? Same idea, right? Only way older. Hey Procyon, hey Metroid. No, Italian guy, it's good, man. It's good. It's early access, but it's good, dude. Trust me. Dude, I called Satisfactory. When I first played Satisfactory, it was a little clunky. But damn did I call that. Trust me, my judgment with games is usually pretty good. Especially games that have to do with something that I like. Have you seen the small mod for this game that gives you a map? And you can change the track switches on it? No, Goose. That's cool, though. So the top of the stack is big like that for cinder screens and cinder catching. You don't want to burn the forest down. Yeah, okay. Inside the smoke box, right behind the number 1 on the front, is a literal engineered nozzle, like you have on rockets, called a blast nozzle. Oh. Rockets and steam engines are very similar, dude. It's kind of strange how similar they actually are. That's very weird. It is multiplayer, Tars, yeah. All engines are related. Yeah, I did say that myself, didn't I? With the caveat that we can add as much mass stars as we want and it makes them better. Yeah. Let me put it to you like this, Heis. There's a reason why I have that up on the screen. The top equation. That one's really important. Yeah. Yeah, I carry it here literally on stream at all times.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Got Delta V at the ready, homie. Dude. It's at the ready, man. I always explain to people, dude. You want your rocket to go further? Or, well, the right way to say it is you want your rocket to accelerate more. You want it to accelerate more, you need more fuel and less rocket. The less rocket on your rocket and the more fuel you put on your rocket, the further it goes. Simple as that. Re-rail doesn't work on switches, it has to be on the track. Oh, okay. So let me re-rail. Select vehicle. Hey! Alright. Anywho, I'll pop back in later. Let me know if anybody has questions. Sure, man. Yeah, right, Kralani. You ain't kidding. Come on, Betsy. Hey, there you go. Sorry about that. I made a split track here because I want to make a railroad that goes that way, because that way is towards the oil fields. But all right, let's jump back in. Betsy's still at 125 psi. All right, so zero the reverser. Okay, so fellas, here's the thing. Trains are kind of set up like cars. They're kind of, but they're also not. It's kind of more like an airplane, I guess. So I have my brake. That outside lever is the brakes. Now, once again, because this game was designed by nerds, and I mean that in an endearing way, nerd, the brakes are right there. It's a single shoe drum brake, basically. See, you pull the brake lever, it actuates. Look, it's all modeled. See, there's the lever. It goes down. When you pull the lever, it pulls this thing, or actually, it looks like it pushes that up, and the shoes go and hit the wheels. So there's your brakes right there. Then you have the reverser. I'll pull your thing. So the reverser is basically your, that's basically the transmission, for the most part. But the transmission only has 3 settings. Forward, neutral, and reverse. That's it. And then your throttle is right here in the form of a pressure regulator. This is a pressure regulator that, well, regulates how much steam is going down to those cylinders down there. Yeah, there you go. Are there bigger trains in this? It's all narrow gauge, keep in mind. Yes, there are bigger trains. That one is my favorite. This thing is freaking cool, dudes. Look at this. Actually, this one and the next one after it. So check this out. You got your steam pistons, right? And it's pushing a crankshaft. And the crankshaft is on a gearbox. Well, it's not really a gearbox, it's just gears. There's no gearbox. And then you got bevel gears, you got a pinion gear and a ring gear like on a differential almost. And that goes to the wheels. That steam engine is all-wheel drive. It's all-wheel drive, Aldezert. Better traction. Just like a car, it's the same thing. What blows my mind, you really want to know what messes with me? Somebody came up with this in like the 1850s, 1860s, something like that. That's really ahead of its time, because that looks like a car drivetrain. Check this one out. It's a V2. As in V, right? 2 pistons. See? And those go to a... Look, there's a crank box. And the crankshaft comes out of it, and it's on a U-joint. Man, was that one ahead of its time. Yeah, of course, Fun Sister. Yes, yes. Look at... See, the fact that they modeled all the drive shafts makes me very happy. That's really cool. I made a funny spring bone. Oh, I hope that pinion angle is right. It's literally Kraken Tech. This is Kraken Tech, dudes. Freaking Kraken Tech in real life. It's ridiculous. And then you got the Rockstar. Oh no, that's the... Oh. 280. Very nice. That's cool, man. Ice has a video of the entire 95 Loco on his channel. Yep. My grandfather helped design that train. Eh? Which one? This thing? Your grandfather helped design that? Whale oil lamp. Aces, most likely. Heisler? Oh. Yeah, maybe great-great-grandfather. But yeah, of course, there's a bunch of other trains. Alright, so, let's hook the consist back up. He was a child prodigy. So, put the reverser in, brakes off. Regulator. There we go. We got to put the pin in the hook. I don't know why that did it, but it did it. Okay. Brakes off. Reverser into forward. Alright, here we go. Have you ever just full sent it? Like that? Man, I hope the switches are right. Boogity, boogity, boogity! Brakes on the car? Yeah, we should probably... What did I tell you? 88 miles per hour! Uh-oh. Okay, the track turns. I'm gonna slow her down a little bit. Oh, there's a switch. Oh, man. Okay. Alright, shut the regulator. Okay, the switch is thrown correctly. Hello, trains? I like trains, dude. Dude, I love how the train bounces around on the rails. They actually do that. Real trains do that. That's actually the reason why train wheels aren't flat. Train wheels are like this. They roll around on the rails. Alright, put the brakes on. I don't know what switches are thrown. Big if true. So, we got the lumber, we got the logging depot place. So we gotta drop off logs here, and then we can pick up lumber off this other siding that I made here. Now, don't get me wrong, the siding isn't perfect. I still haven't got the grading mechanics in this just right. Yeah, I'm still working on that. See all these tracks? I made all these tracks yesterday, man. And I'll tell you, this game is fun. It's very fun. RB, I'm awake. Choo choo! So now what we need to do, is it only sandbox mode? It's only sandbox mode right now. Yeah, it's sandbox mode for tracks, but if I wanted to buy like another car or another locomotive, yeah, we'd have to do that. And then once you have the tracks all set up, you can drive, you can move resources to places and get paid for it. Like I said, Transport Fever, but in first person. It's Transport Fever combined with Railroad Simulator, which is really freaking cool. Yeah, it's pretty sweet, actually. Alright, so what I want to do is I'm going to head over to the logging camp here. It's between two segments of track, Sanchai. Yeah. Sometimes there's a missing tie. That's just how it ties segments together. Ha 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 ha. Yep, that's how it all ties together, and I love it when a planned railroad tie comes together. Soundtrack is 10 out of 10 in this game. Nah, you know what the good thing about Shooter? And don't get me wrong, fellas, I don't know much about, like, sniping. I'm not the best at it. I know about the physics involved, like rifling, like rifle bullet. You got to take into account the Coriolis effect. You know, you have gravitational pull on the round over long distances, windage, etc., etc. But dude, from what I could tell, that movie really gets it right. So like, when Marky Mark's out in the forest shooting the gun, right? And he's shooting at the paint cans. I won't say why, right? He's shooting at the paint cans. I looked at it, and if you look at that scene, everything is right. Everything is exactly where it should be. Like, if you have a real long gun like that, right? You should log every shot, what you shot, like a flight log, like an airplane almost. And he has his logbook out and everything, which is really freaking cool. That's really cool that they got that right. I know about the TV series. I don't acknowledge it, but I know about it. What's up, Rarest? It's called a dope book. Yeah. If you go into the lumber yard facing one direction and have to go out the same way, how does the train get turned around? Rarest, trains have reverser gears in them. Long story short, there's a transmission. You can go backwards. Even modern trains have reversers in them. Actually, it's nice and flat out here. We might make the track go out here. You just reverse all the way back to the switch. That doesn't seem very efficient, does it? It'd obviously be better to run it in a loop so the train doesn't change direction. You know, like basically what we did in cities. In fact, I got the idea for the manifolds in cities from a freight yard. Sorry, stole the idea from that. When were turntables for the trains invented? Well, Da Vinci, I don't have the answer to that question. I would have to say it was thought up by the Brits. It has to be. It has to be thought up by the Brits. So right now, I have a line that basically goes from here. Let me just put this here. Just put this down here. I have a line that goes out of the freight depot, turns this way, goes into the sawmill, and I have two sidings that are going this way. Maybe I should make another line, turn, and go past the sawmill and go up to the logging camp, and then make the entire sawmill a spur line. So, what's a spur line? It's just it's like spur lines are the exit ramps of railroad tracks. Or like, well, cul-de-sacs, I should say. That's probably a better way to put it. Most of the train is a British idea. Yeah. It's just like, there were other trains. Like, there were people doing stuff like this, but George Stephenson is kind of the guy. If you really want to read about your history with trains, you want to read about George Stephenson. He's the guy that invented the train, basically. In KSP, do I use a fuel cell to turn fuel into electricity? That's what a fuel cell does. Hey, Andy. How you doing, man? Alright, so now I'm thinking maybe we should... add a Y that will let you turn around. You can make turntables in this too, Ernok. Yeah. But once again, turntables aren't efficient here. We're not just looking to move one resource to the other. We want maximum bandwidth. So how are we going to do that? Staying busy with work. Appreciate the streams as always for a little distraction. Oh, Andy. Cool, man. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Just don't be a stranger, brother. Don't be a stranger, you know? Check in with me. You know, I know that, you know, real life and stuff gets in the way and stuff. But yeah, thank you for saying hi. I appreciate it. Because, dude, I don't know. I don't know where you've been. I kind of wonder sometimes when viewers just fall off the wagon, like... Not that I'm like, oh my god, you unsub for me or anything like that. It's not anything like that. I mean, Andy, you know me. I want to know what's up. I want to make sure you're not like dead, you know? Like just for my sanity, you know? Will do, man. A lot of lurking usually. I get you, man. No, yeah, you don't need to check in every time. Just like once a month just so I know you're alive. Like, hey, evil bit. You mean you just like being nosy? Nah, I think you're projecting, serious. Essentially, yeah, I mean... Does a guy that runs a restaurant care about his customer base? Yeah, of course. You want to know what you're up to. I want to make sure you're doing okay. Especially in the last week, dude. I can think of several reasons why I, want viewers to check in with me and make sure they're all right. You just like bust. I'm freaking. Sometimes I think I go Asian dad on people, but that's not a bad thing, dude. Not dude. You know what I mean.
I have a math question.
What?
I have a math question.
A math question.
So, the internet tells me 3n times 40 plus n cubed over 2. So 40 plus n cubed over 2. Right?
Yeah.
That's in parentheses. Evaluates to 3n over 40 plus 3n quad over 2.
Andy, help me. Okay.
And I don't understand why.
Where are you getting the quad from?
So the quad is this n and this n.
You can't add ends on two sides of the equal sign.
Can we show chat the pro?
Yeah, sure. Alright, hold on. Remo needs some help with math, chat. Actually, you know what? Paint would probably be better, but if we do it this way. So Bremo has f of n equals 3n times 40 plus n to the third. Oh. Math people leave.
And it said, so then tell them how it evaluates.
Bremo is coming up with.
Okay, Bremo's not coming up with this. A YouTube video told me that this is how it comes out too.
So.
Nope. Just 3n over 40.
Well, yeah, that's hard to do fractions. So it's 3n over 40 plus 3n up to the fourth divided by 2.
N over 3 over, n to the third over 2. Piff. So I don't understand because to me I would think it would be...
What are you trying to do here? Are you trying to isolate n?
Yeah.
Oh. I like your funny words, little man. PEMDAS, young one. Alright, we're gonna have to... Let me just do it this way. So you have... F... N... Yeah, should do it right. I just do n's like that. It's lowercase. That's important with math. 40 plus... n to the third. Oh, that's not a 3. N. And you're, let's see. So if you were gonna isolate this, you want to isolate a function of n, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got to do what you got to do to one side. You got to do to the other, right?
Right.
Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. I actually have an Aunt Sally, by the way.
So I'm thinking, right? I don't understand.
Here, put this away.
Okay.
Is that my notebook?
No, this is my notebook. I bought this notebook.
Okay. Ah, yes. The answer is taco. So you have to use order of operations. Now, okay, I'm only asking. I'm not trying to be a condescending prick. You just tell me. Are you familiar with order of operations, or has it been a while?
It's been a while, but I'm familiar enough to know that the first step would be to add 40 plus n to the third over 2.
All right, so let's get rid of that.
Oh yeah,
No, parentheses, exponent,
Yeah.
multiply, divide, add, subtract. Now, guys, it's been a while. The first thing I would do would be to tackle that. 3n over 40 should be...
Right? 120n is what I would think.
Yeah, parentheses, that's right. So what would we do to the parentheses here? Is it n to the third? Let me see your notebook again.
It's n to the third.
It's n cubed divided by 2.
Yeah.
And then what you do to one, you do the other side, right? It's been a while. This is, well, you have functions, but we're in Algebra 2 right here,
Yeah.
right?
That's about where my math stopped. So that's why I'm like, yeah.
Twitch plays math homework.
Yeah, so it would be 120n, right? Because 3 times 40 is 120, and then times n.
Oh, so you're doing this. You're doing that, and then you're going to try to isolate that first?
Because I don't think you can add 40 and n cubed.
Well, yeah, you could. Yeah, of course you can. 40n cubed.
Oh,
And
okay.
then solve for, and then square. You could. Well, no, you don't square. You wouldn't square root that. Well, I mean. So you would have, if you were doing it that way. So yeah, 120n times. Oh man, dude, why do I do this? Why do I do this on stream and blank? Oh, it's a plus. Yeah, you can X that out. Sorry, guys. Dude, whenever you try to do like complex math on stream, it always...
Okay, so 120n, and then isn't it 3n cubed, or n quartered?
Distributive property, that's what it is. 3n by 40 and 2 to 3. So 120 plus 3n up 5 over 2.
Wait, where are you getting 5?
3 times 2? No. Why does my mind blank? I know this too. That's pathetic. 3 divided by 2 n to the 4th. Yeah, because you'd put the n's together, right?
Yeah.
Exponents add when multiplying factors. Holy crap, it's all dread, it's all coming back. Come on now. Yeah, Shaw, I think that's right. 3n to the 4th. I think that is where we're at. 42.
Over.
What does it mean?
So it's 3n to the 4th over 2. Right?
Sounds right to me. But no, you'd have to multiply this, right? Wouldn't you have to multiply
because the way I was taught to think about it is that any number, like a 3, it sits over a 1 if it was a fraction. So right now, 120 is sitting over a 1. Right?
Yeah, you already distributed the 3. That's right. That's right. And then you combine the 2n, so 3n to the 4th. So what happens to the 2, Chad? Now just for my sanity.
I think the 2 still has to sit under here.
I mean, flagging it was 15 years ago for me. Well, Algebra 1 was 20 years ago.
Right?
Will this be on the exam? It's 3 divided by 2. 3 divided by 2 into the 4th. Brimo's right. Okay. Well, there you go.
But now but that's not what they got. That's why I'm trying to figure this out.
What did they get? What is this from? So
this is from the video I'm following.
They did it like this. That's how they simplified that?
Yeah, and that's what doesn't make sense to me. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is it because you divide?
Yeah, it's because you divide, I'm pretty sure. That doesn't make sense because it's wrong, basically.
They did it... No, but they couldn't have done it wrong.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe they did that way to explain something. Sometimes I have to go off the beaten path to explain something correctly, so just watch the whole video and see what happens.
But, okay, but now here's my question, right? Because to me, what it seems like you would do is you would say... Okay, go back, okay.
Go back? What do you mean, go
No,
back?
not go back, not you. I'm solving for n, Hibbit.
That's the original equation. You're solving for a function of n.
So this is... We said this simplifies to 120n plus 3n to the fourth.
Just use the Photomath app. It will explain in steps, save you so much.
Over 2. Right?
You're writing on something they can't see. What are you, stocky with a whiteboard now?
No! I'm trying to think as to how they got here. But I don't know, like, I thought maybe you'd have math experts in your chat, and they seem to be like, no, math hurt! So...
Shoot Novus a message. Novus will be able to solve this.
Alright.
Yeah, shoot him a message.
Okay.
Trust me on that one. That guy is good at math. You'll get the right answer from him. He tutors it. That's why.
I know, but...
He tutored me.
We don't need that to flip burgers.
Wrecked. Yeah, shoot him a message.
Alright, maybe I will.
Okay.
Thanks, baby.
Yep. Dude, sometimes with certain math on stream, my mind just goes to potato. Like other times I can just solve delta V in my head, like no problem. But sometimes I'm just like, hi, potatoes. Just divide by 0? I already did that. Yeah. Ernog, I could put a switch right here. Alright, so... What's up, Chop? So, okay, we got to do more surveying here. I'm trying to figure out what the best spot would be. How's it going, dude? You got a chill day at work. That's good. I have a siding all the way up here. Yeah, the hyperlink system on Twitch DaVinci doesn't like that. Yeah, everything in quotes. Yep. Made a food shop at the terminal building. Nice. And rightly so. It's not a valid URL. It's a good point. You're not a valid URL. You know what? That hurts. That hurts, man. reminds me of Thunder Mountain Railroad, which itself is a narrow gauge. Fun fact. Yeah, Steiner, we're building rail lines. Yep, you build rail lines and then you drive the train between rail lines. And in this particular instance, I'm building a line going to the logging camp so I can get logs to the sawmill so we can make lumber. I was gonna say, maybe I should cut a path right to the logging mill so I could see it, but there seems to be a big hill up here, so it'd be better to go over there. See, it's flatter over there, which means that we gotta go like northwest out of the sawmill with the train track. This type of game, but with the scale of Transport Fever would be amazing. EVA, I can't prove it. I'd have to talk to Heiss about this. I have a feeling scalability is being built into this game. I have a feeling. Yeah, Da Vinci, I saw it. Well, I asked for evidence. I got evidence. I didn't like the evidence, but I got it. All right, so it's tough to look at. Steiner, if I'm gonna absolutely share how I feel, fellas, you know, it sucks, but people are dying, man. It's just a freaking plane, dude. Who cares? You know, like, if I have to be real for a second, like, it sucks that the 225 is gone, but it's just a plane, man. You know, and I think everybody here understands that, you know. It's just a plane. You can make another one. There's people dying. People are not replaceable. Well, if you want to reduce that to its base element, they're not as easily replaced. You know? We can make another plane. We can't get people back. But hey, it is what it is, dudes. That's war, man. People aren't gonna like what happens. Well, maybe they did. I mean, it's in their best interest to remake that plane. No one else has that lift capability. They have the market cornered on super heavy lift with airplanes. Who else does that? Every time you cut down these trees, Greta yells, "How dare you?" Well, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Oh, how dare you? Oh, how dare! Oh! How dare you? Oh! The trees, they grow back. Oh, I gotta put synergy back on, or else it'll minimize every time I try to look to the left. Alright. I'm gonna redo this part slightly. So let's do something I really didn't want to do. We gotta add a switch in here, dudes. get rid of the ditch that I made. I gotta redo this right away because I want to make an adaptation that's like a T intersection instead of just a curve. Maybe build the 225 on stream. I mean, App State, if you want to do like a week-long like heavy lift dive on stream, I could build a 225. That's no problem. It would take a second though. Hang on, what's the pyramid to the east? It's a pyramid. Tessa, I know you don't have these things too much. You guys just have highlands. That's called a mountain. I'm not sure what you're trying to point me at. Well, Shaw... Look, man. I think n equals minus 4.3 decimal points. It would be as big as the K90 was, Healthish. Maybe we make an AN-225 seaplane. Talking about like too many things. My brain just went tilt. I'm like, mountains don't look like that. Yes, they do. Oh. Okay, shut up. The gears seized. They did for a second, dude. Yeah, okay, alright. Let me compartmentalize out, because the reason why I'm like, dude, is because we're talking about like too many things. That did not help me.
The Eagle has landed.
Yeah, if you guys wanted to do, we wanted to do a whole thing about like heavy lift planes in KSP, I'd be cool with doing that. And who knows, maybe one of them will find their way into mission mode, like the K90 or something. I don't know. Hey Kev, 15-monther. We could do that. That's no problem. Anyway, also we were talking about the 225. Guys, I don't think anybody intentionally meant to shell that thing. I think the fact that the Russians and the Ukrainians throughout this week of fighting have both been using that spot to stage troops. It's pretty obvious because in some of the videos that we saw, there were troop transports everywhere. There were Urals all over the place. Some of them had V's on them, some of them had Z's on them, some of them had nothing. So that means there's been a lot of fighting. I think the plane just got caught in the crossfire. I don't think anyone intentionally targeted that thing and said, yep, destroy that. But there was a burnt out fuel truck exactly where I said it was. There was footage on the ground today from Russian news, and they showed right where I thought there was a fuel truck explosion, and there is a burnt out fuel truck there. So your boy called that, dude. I feel kind of good about that, but I also feel kind of bad that I was right. But then again, I also don't feel as bad because I was completely wrong about the plane. So, yeah. Plane just got caught in the crossfire, dude. I read the reports that there were attempts to secure the plane and it was destroyed after that failed. Bio, I do think that the plane was intact until the weekend. Like those satellite pictures that we saw were right. The plane was relatively intact when they hit the fuel truck, and then trying to retake the base, the plane got caught in the crossfire. I don't think it blew up right away. I don't think it blew up when everybody... I don't think it got destroyed when everybody said it got destroyed, to be honest with you. But once again, guys, that's the second thing that I was talking about. The third thing that I was talking about is this. Let's play the game, shall we? Alright. Didn't really like how this came out. Yeah, King. The NPP. Yeah, dude. Once again, man. There's so much misinformation out there, dude. The Russians shelled the administrative building. Why would they do that? They shelled the administration building because you're trying to cut power to the people that are using power to fight against you. They didn't hit the reactors. I told you. I said before I even knew what was going on that no one's that stupid. And anybody that tries to tell you otherwise doesn't understand what's going on. Was I right? That's the deductive reasoning that I try to teach you guys. It's a narrow gauge track, Genesis, and it's a siding, so it's not that big of a deal, but yeah, the turn is kind of ridiculous, I agree. I do like that I made it wood like that. We made wood ties. Pretty much, Duckman. No one's that stupid. Alright, anybody. Anybody, anyway. That's what I'm trying to say. Would it be easier to take out the substation or power distribution systems? Well, you want to shell the administration building, but you don't want to destroy the reactor or any infrastructure because, remember, you're trying to take it. You're trying to take that. Trying to take territory, Bio, is... When you try to take territory, you try not to destroy the things that you're going to need when you take the territory, am I right? Let's get rid of that. I don't like that either. Like I said, man. Guys, at the end of the day, and I'm not trying to be... I'm trying to stay very, very straightforward here. The Russians can fight. This is what I meant when I said that. They're not stupid. Like... We could sit here and you could say you hate Russia all as much you want. That doesn't make them lesser at fighting. They're good at fighting. They've been practicing for it for as long as we have. Like, you know, it sucks. I don't like saying this stuff, dude, but it's true. Can't tell lies. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. But anyway, railroads, brothers. Railroads. Let's go. Alright, I had an idea for how to make like new tracks last night when I was off the stream. So I'm going to use these cross segments here, okay? And the idea that I had with the cross segments is like this. This is what I wanted to do. Like, okay, so what if we... You know what? Maybe not the cross segments here. I want to make like... My problem with how the tools are implemented in the game as is, and don't worry, I have it on... basically firsthand that they're redoing how you make railroad beds in this. They're redoing the UI for it and stuff. That's what Heist was telling me yesterday, which is cool. That's actually really neat. I was thinking about a way to do this, so I'm gonna add another switch right here. Let's put a switch. Let's just put switch left for now, right? We put. Okay. Here, let me check. 3-foot rail. Link the rail. How long of a segment can we make here with this? Is the straight segment as long as the switch? It's not. Okay. So, here, let's try something. I'm just trying to find a better way to kind of make the rails, I guess, if that makes any sense. So, if we want to, for instance, say, like, make a double track, right? What the frick? Yeah. Cooking and yeah. That's not needed. Like, I don't think that needs to be said, dude. But yeah. So how do we? Oh wait, looks like I had a link there. It's because you're trying to KSP again, that's not KSP. Dimitri, I can KSP anything I damn well want to. No. You probably need ground links for it to work. No. Now, the reason why I wanted to do this is because I wanted to measure stuff out. We got it. So, let's go left switch with the throw on the left side. Can we can link. Perfect. Okay. Now what I want to do is this. Let's take a look. Alright, so now let's get rid of 2 of those. And what I want to try to do is this. Can we? Oh, yeah, you can. Now. Oh, yeah, I found a better way to do this. I found a more efficient way. So, if we make these 2 segments long, right? Like that. Then I just detach the rail straight, like that. I skewered myself. Okay, let's try not to shish kebab ourselves. That probably wouldn't end well. I can make perfect straight, perfect segments almost every time. Excellent. Yeah, and now, watch this. So, demolish rails, get rid of that. And if we wanted to make parallel tracks, we can absolutely do that. And if I'm looking at this correctly... Maybe. Let me test out another thing, Bandit. Hold on. Alright, so... we want to switch right here. Right? Left. Up, and then a switch left right here. Yep, that's what I thought. So how are we going to cross them now? Because we can't play switches. We can only play switches from the... Can I get something to link to the switch? Let me look around. See if we can get the link to pop up. If I aim at the bottom? Oh! Ikawix, thank you so much, dude. Hell yeah. So yeah, it's not that it can't be done. It's just once again the UI is a little bit clunky, but it's an early access game, fellas. That's what happens. Now, what happened here? Wait a minute. Why is this not level? All right, start over. I'm gonna figure out what makes this damn thing tick, dude. Alright, let's get away from the railroad grade. I think you guys are right. I think it has something to do with that. Alright, so now... There we go. Those are level, right? Yep, okay. So let's go over here, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. I should be able to make, should be able to make a straight. Oh. Hold on a second. Hold on a second there, Professor. Making sure that's all true. It is. Alright, now let's go out one more. Because from what I can tell, a straight is about 2 segments long, like this. Alright. Yeah, drummer, I think so. So, let's do this. Alright, now we need switch left with the throw on the right side. Right? And now we need to switch right with the throw on the left side. Okay, that looks right. Now I gotta test something, because I gotta see if we can get the length of this right, so... How are we gonna get that right? That's exactly how I'm trying to figure this out, drummer. So, I don't think I can place the switch. Yeah, see, we can't do that. It kind of wants to, but you can only place the switches, so the switch is a V shape, right? You can only place from the apex of the V on the switch. So that means I need to run tracks all the way down here, and then it needs to be, I need to go down here, and then I need to turn around, and I need to attach the switches backwards, so to speak. I'm wondering if that's going to link together. I'm not sure the game will pick up on that. There's a trick you can do. I don't really want a trick I can do. I want to figure it out. But, yeah. Dude, I started watching a KSP streamer and he's legit. Have you ever dropped in his chat? Urban Venture? Urban Venture's been watching the stream longer than you, Punsister. Yeah, I know who he is. Yeah, Gwix, I'm with you on that one, dude. Heist did an awesome job with the music. It fits so well. Actually, Punsister might be about as long as you. Yeah, he's in here from time to time, but he's overseas, so it's hard. He doesn't pop in a lot, but I know he's watched for a while. Spin that tree, boy! Yeah, Punsister, it's about as long as you've been here. Yeah. Yeah, dude. I know. Dude, believe me, I know. Punsister, I know you. I know you. Yeah, and you know I'm good at that. Are the back-to-back switches lining up with the X pieces? Nah, Demon, we're out by probably about, I don't know, 200 mil. Probably a little more. No, that's more like, that's got to be like 400 mil. I mean, a switch into another switch. Oh. Dude, I'm stupid. Yeah. That's the right way to do this. Yeah, no, you're right. That's the right move. Because I can get the exact length from the switch, and then we build a T-section down there, and then we reverse the switch. That's the right move. That's probably the trick that Drummer was trying to show me, if I had to guess. You spin the tree right round, baby, right round. Alright, so now, if I build this right here, you gotta go underneath it, like Eclipse was saying. Now if I do a switch left with the throw on the right. Oh, no. Railroads, why would you do this? Railroads, no! No! Why would you do this? I agree, Punsister. Yeah, the arm that goes out and drops the rover. Yeah. Demon, the rails ain't even lined up, dude. We'd have to space it back a little bit. How do we do that? That looks to be around the same. You know what's interesting, dude? That looks to be around the same distance. Put it a bit further. Hang on a minute. Demolish this. Let's go here. And remember what I was doing over here. There seemed to have been a little bit of an aggregate position. Like the amount, like if you stack a bunch of these T-joints together, or these X-joints, I should say, there was leftover position. I'll show you what I mean, guys. See? How much you want to bet that that's the length that we need? Here, I'll show you. So, give me a switch, right? We got a nice switch like that, right? There's your switch. And then, turntable, 2 turntables and a microphone. Alright. Now we gotta go over here like this. Solution if you want a spoiler. I'll take that into account in a second, Drum. Alright, get rid of that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That was a good drum break. Yeah, they're a little bit off, dude. All right, drummer. Let's see the solution here. I'm interested to see what other people came up with.
So I figured out how to get a switch here, and it's the most confusing.
Let me get some credit here. So Can Gaming, okay. Just want to make sure we give credit where credit is due.
Voodoo magic you ever did see. So the issue is, it took me a while to figure it out, but it's actually kind of cool. The switches aren't symmetrical. It's actually really simple. What you got to do, it's really cool. Blink and you'll miss it. You put a switch here first, right? And then you need a snap point on the other side, of course. So you do this and put a snap point there, and then we demolish this switch, and then we turn this switch around and put it the other way. Right, but it's got to be a switch right. But we don't want this track to come off straight because that's stupid. So instead we put a crossover piece right here, right? And now this switch line, you can see, is not lined up with that switch line because they're not symmetrical. I don't understand. If you're building your own shunt yard, it's definitely something to think of. So then we delete that, of course, and then we put this straight out like this. And then this is just to put a snap point out here. It's kind of cool when you build with snap points like this. It's a little bit different to think about. But it's totally possible. And then we delete that, of course. And then we bring this one and switch left, put that back. And now you can see everything's lined up. Right? So perfect. And now we can delete this. And every other... Okay, good. I thought I deleted that switch for a second. But we delete that. We delete every other switch in the line here. And now all we have to do is put down a bunch of left switches. And we'll have a perfectly oriented shunt yard. And then, of course, we got to loop...
Guys, the game came out of... The game came into early access like 2 weeks ago or something. So if it's clunky right now, yeah.
That background. So then after that, we'll build some foundations underneath everything, which is easy enough to do. So like if we go switch left, that's perfectly lined up. It's exactly what we want. No, it's not what we want.
Going forward in reverse.
Because we don't want the stupid switch thing. We want... Oh my goodness, that would be terrible. We want switch left with the handle on the outside. Thank you. That's perfect. Switch left again.
Well, this is
Excellent.
not exactly what I'm trying
Just
to
like
do.
that.
But,
So it's a little bit of voodoo magic to get that to line up over there. But once it's lined up, it's actually sweet. And it's really easy to duplicate. You just got to do everything in kind of like weird orders. And then, of course, eventually this switch won't exist. This will just be a curve. But there we go. Now we've got our 5 shunt lines perfectly oriented. And we just need to loop the track back around. But first, we're going to go and lay some foundation pieces.
No, but you understand the voodoo you got to go through to get the correct positioning. Yeah, I guess. That's not exactly what I'm trying to do here, but alright. No, Jindu. No, this is like a team of 4 or 5 guys, if I'm remembering right. What is your goal? I'll show you. That's my goal, Hellfish. I'm trying to do this, an X cross like that. See what I'm talking about? Track 105. I just want to see if it's possible, dude. Because I need to make a junction here. We need to make a junction to go to the sawmill. And I just want to see how complicated this actually is. It seems like if you give it a little bit of a space, you must make it the space. Oh, that's not bad. Hey, you know what? Putting that together, that's not bad at all. That looks just fine. What's wrong with that? She'll derail on that? Are you sure? And also, it seems like what Ken Gaming was right. It seems like from what I can tell that, yeah, the switches are asymmetric. They are definitely asymmetric. Or it could just be the texture. No, actually, no, that's just the texture. They're pretty damn symmetrical. Slightly. One is slightly, it's slightly asymmetric. It's very close. You know what the messed up part is? That would work just fine in real life. It would be a little bumpy. It'd be a bumpy ride, but it would work. Run it over. I'll bet you see derails. Well, we'll just do a gentleman's bet. Let me put the grade. Let me put the subgrade, or not the subgrade, just the grade in. There's no gaps in the track for the flanges to run through. Oh. Like that? You think the game would pick up on that? Yes, the game simulates that. Oh. So yeah, I mean, you're not gonna make something like this unless you can get the rails to kind of... Yeah, I think so, nearly. There you go, Canadian. Nice. Just go full speed and send it, Sneaky. Okay. That's cool. Well, okay, so two things. That's cool that it simulates, you know, the rail physics are simulated. That's cool. Second part of that is, yeah, I don't think we can make that. Alright. Get rid of that. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. So let's try... Gotta go get it. We have a Wild EJ Engineering. Actually, what am I doing? Why don't I just take the train back? It's a little bit quicker. Still got boiler pressure. Yeah, I love how that song just goes ridiculous. This is as fast as she goes. I mean, guys, can you imagine seeing one of these things for the first time, not knowing what the hell it is? This must have seemed like wizardry. What year is the game set in, roughly? From what I can tell here, Thiek, this is the 1800s, the late 1800s, in like 19th century, out on the American frontier. That's what I can tell. Like, the tech is here, but we're out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, the other thing, fellas, is that narrow gauge in the U.S. was operated well into the 20th century. Not every... Uh-oh. Gotta stoke the fire. Not everything was Stevenson gauge. Okay, I gotta close the regulator. We gotta build up pressure. I'm so used to the firewood in summer car, Hellfish, believe it or not. No, we got water. Yep, there's still water in it. There's plenty of it. It's just gonna take some time to stoke the boiler. To stoke the firebox so we can make the boiler do. Yeah, see, temperature's going up. We'll get a lot of head here in a second. Head is steam, idiots. You gotta build up a head of steam. Yep, see? There we go. We got pressure. Shh, filler! Shh! Thanks, now I own this. You're welcome. Hey, now I know what's going on. Oh, I could make a joke and it would be... Hey, if you're watching with kids, could you cover your ears for a second? This is too good to not say. Give me like 5 seconds. I'll give you the double thumbs up. I'll give you the double thumbs up just like this when I said the joke, okay? So if you're watching with your kid, just mute it and give me like 5 seconds. Ready? Ready? We said something about getting head here. I feel dirty for saying it, but whatever. That was my joke. Oh. Well, there's room for 2 people here on this thing. Wait. Oh, I feel disgusting. That's some arm you got there. Yeah. Ah. No! Railcar, look what you've done! Why, Railcar? Why? Man, can you imagine, like, maintaining the tracks and having to drive this thing around all day? Man, you'd get in shape real quick. Alright, let's throw the switch. Would that be too wide? Actually, nearly, that's not a bad idea. That might... I don't think the angles are right. Because I think the X's are at 60 degrees, dude. Just makes you want to work and unlock trains in Satisfactory. Alright. I'm gonna drive over that. I want to see what happens. This is not going to end well. Yep, can't do it. Okay. Okay. Nearly, I'll try your idea. Yeah. You can make it, but yeah, it'd be tough to do. All right. Let me try out some other things, fellas. So that CAD Gaming was saying do this. Well, drummer, how am I gonna connect the lumber pickup? Not sure if you left enough space. What I was trying to see if I could do is make here. I'll just draw it. It's easier. So, like, lumber's over here. Here's the pond. Right, here's the mill, right? I need tracks over here and I need tracks over here. My track comes in like this. What I was trying to do is something like this. With an X, right? Wait, why would I need that? Oh yeah, that's right. I wanted to make a double line. Like that. But it wasn't, that wouldn't have worked. But we could simplify it by just doing that. Okay. Hey Joe, what's going on, man? Alright, I gotta start over. I don't know what, I forget what connections these were. So we want to make the line tree off here, right? Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, nearly. That's what I'm thinking. We can keep that. That's fine. Thanks, Herbie. Alright. So I got 2 perfectly straight pieces here. That's a perfect straight segment. And then we're gonna need to switch to the left. How the heck did Khan do this? Alright. I think Khan did this. I think he did this. Here, ready? Yeah, switches ain't symmetrical. Crossing on the other one, Yoshi? No, the plus should be on the other side. Yeah, I agree, Penta. This game's fun, man. There's a close button in the top right. The one that is straight. Wait. That would be awesome, Ren. That would be really cool. What if like Railroads Online had like Icarus gameplay mechanics? So like you had to go chop down the tree, you had to fell the wood and stuff, and you had to build the train line, and that would be cool. I have a feeling they might have something like that in the game soon. Play the Planet, I warn you, early access. It is early access, but it is fun. I'm enjoying the problem solving, dude. The mechanics are there, Fistus, but, right up until there's suddenly a bear. Hey, that's problems that they had to deal with in real life, man. Hey, Civics. It's coming along good, man. Yeah, I like this way of building instead. This way gives you a much cleaner rail. Now I want to redo my whole rail line. But it's alright. You could say that the rail workers barely made it.
Replacing all the, if we want, replacing all the, all right, let's see here, having enough space on either side of them. Of course, we've got to measure out how much distance we need. Just gonna finish up this and make more sense to leave at the sawmill rather than, you know, or at the lumber yard, I guess.
Okay, Cat has the, they're all, okay, all right. I'm just using that as reference. Drummer, with Synergy, it makes it very difficult to click on links because I have to do what you just saw on the screen. But, yeah, okay.
So I figured out how to get a switch here, and it's the most confusing voodoo magic you ever did see. So the issue is, it took me a while to figure it out, but it's actually kind of cool. The switches aren't symmetrical. It's actually really simple. What you got to do, it's really cool. Blink and you'll miss it. You put a switch here first, right? And then you need a snap point on the other side, of course. So you do this, put a snap point there, and then we demolish this switch, and then we turn this switch around and put it the other way, right? But it's got to be a switch right. But we don't want this track to come off straight because that's stupid. So instead we put a crossover piece right here, right? And now this switch line, you can see, is not lined up with that switch line because they're not symmetrical. I don't understand. If you're building your own shunt yard, it's definitely something to think of. So then we delete that, of course, and then we put this straight out like this. And then this is just to put a snap point out here. It's kind of cool when you build with snap points like this. It's a little bit different to think about, but it's totally possible. And then we delete that, of course. And then we bring this one and switch left, put that back. And now you can see everything's lined up. Right? So perfect. And now we can delete this. And every other... Okay, good. I thought I deleted that switch for a second. But we delete that. We delete every other switch in the line here. And now all we have to do is put down a bunch of left switches.
This guy rails.
And we'll have a perfectly oriented shunt yard. And then, of course, we got to loop that back around. So then after that, we'll build some foundations underneath everything, which is easy enough to do. So like if we go switch left, that's perfectly lined up. It's exactly what we want. No, it's not what we want because we don't want the stupid switch thing. We want... Oh my goodness, that would be terrible. We want switch left with the handle on the outside. Thank you. That's perfect. Switch left again.
Yeah, Fistus, I don't see why you couldn't.
Just like that.
You
so
could do it. You can make a hump yard. Yeah,
to line
absolutely.
up over there. But once it's lined up, it's actually sweet, and it's really easy to duplicate. You just got to do everything in kind of like weird orders, and then of course eventually this switch won't exist.
But see, none of the the turntables. Yeah, I don't like that. I'll figure out my own way. Do not hump. Hey, Atomic, 35-month resub. Appreciate it. Yeah. Drummer, that's not what I'm talking about. See how that doesn't line up? Actually, you know what? Before I do this any further, before I go any further, let me check something. Yep. Yeah, that was the weird spacing. That's what I mean. They don't line up left-right. Okay. Why not just use straight track? You're asking the wrong question, man. Why am... It's not what am I trying to do? Well, the way the straight track runs, dude, see how everything is kind of floating here? If I tried to run the track, look. That's what it does if you just... Because it uses a different type of placement method. It's not a fixed piece. See what I'm talking about? So if you want perfectly placed, perfectly even segments, you put down the crosses first and then bridge the gap. See what I'm saying? And that'll get you a perfectly straight, like, no deviations from the lines at all. Now, what I'm trying to do, guys, is I'm just trying to figure out a way to get the switches to line up. What if you add the gravel first? I forget if you... Hang on. I forget if... Yeah, you can't... You do that so you get it centered. You can't snap to the gravel line. It's a feature that's not in the game yet. The railroad bed, you can't snap to it. So yeah, if you want to get your lines like perfectly centered like that on the railroad bed, yeah, you put the tracks down first. Judging by all the weird spacings, we should say thank you that the two tracks stay parallel. Yeah, right. Yeah, you're not wrong. Do you have any opinion on the president of Finland? Do you have any opinion on the president of Finland visiting Biden today? Just a drunk Finn asking. No. 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 If I get the... Should I? I don't know. Dude, I don't know dick about Finnish politics, man. I don't know anything about it, so... I don't know. What do you think? I don't know, dude. Like, yeah, should I? Vinland. See now see how the rail lines are perfectly centered? There's another thing that I wanted to test here. So like okay. Is this spacing enough so I can combine the two grades together and it looks right? Yeah, there is some overlap. Alright, so let me demolish this. Let me demolish that. I want to try one more thing. Okay. Is this spacing enough so we don't get an overlap between the, It is. And also note that I made one of these backwards and it came in asymmetrically. And that gives me a little crease right in the center. Okay, so you see how I made this, right? Look at how the railroad ties. Look at how far the ties are out of the gravel. But when I locked the groundwork in over here on that switch, look at how far the ties are into the gravel now. See what I'm talking about? Why did that one not lock in correctly? Alright. I agree that spacing does look better. I think we should use the 2T section wide spacing. Now the key is, how do we get a switch to do that? How do we get the switch to curve and make it not look terrible? Getting that spacing. Here, you know what? Let me check something here. Let me try to snap groundwork here and see if it just has a lot to do with how you snap the groundwork together. Yep. Okay. That's why that was doing that. If you lock it, I must have locked it into the wrong thing first. Is it even noted in US media? No, Pepega. Nah. Nah, dude. Well, I don't know that for sure, but... yeah, it's some nice, clean pond water. Alright, well, let's see how far we need to go out to make this switch track look correct and not look like poo-poo. It seems like how you place stuff is very important in this game. Kind of like, you know, in Satisfactory, there's certain workflows to make... to achieve like a good end result. So, oh, I skewered myself again. So, a couple of things that I've noticed is that the track is going to be not symmetrical if I make it this way. Well, not symmetrical. It's going to be different if I make it from the T to here rather than there to the T. I keep calling those T's. Those are definitely X's. Yeah, it's going to be different. And then groundwork, it seems like it can be asymmetrical because you could either snap it to the track or you could snap it to the pre-existing groundwork. And you see, I think that's groundwork and that's track. You kind of have to select what you want. And then I could snap this to the T segment, or I could snap it to the end of the track, I think. But I would want to snap it to the end of the track to make sure that everything comes in the same way, so. Like, there's a workflow here. Oh. Let me snap to the gravel. And then gravel. That gravel is snapped to the track now. Yeah. Are we officially ready for Friday Night Racing tonight? We are officially ready for Friday Night Racing tonight. All the cars are done after 2 months of work. Well, I'm glad that they're good to go, dude. Thank you for working on that, Max. Basically what you're saying is you're doing 4 times the job to make every pixel symmetrical and perfect. Yeah, Rev, kind of sucks. But also at the same time, okay, like, I need this stuff to be perfectly straight. Because, like, if I start making a rail, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not doing this just for the sake of doing it. That would be weird. Okay, so there's no surveying tools in this game, so I have to rely on building the tracks in a perfectly straight line. If I want to make a railroad line that goes here and it goes perfectly straight to there, I have to be absolutely sure, because how you make the stock rails in this game doesn't necessarily align everything perfect, because they're using a system where you need to place like one piece of track. One of my lights went off. Basically, this is a great way to make the line perfectly straight. So, I'll show you why. Here, give me 1 second. Here, take a look. So, if I make a straight piece of track like this, right? Like, see how, you can do the curve now. If I hit left alt, you can make it perfectly straight, right? And then you can make the track perfectly straight for as long as you want. No problem, right? Say I was like, okay, I'm going to go work over here. And then I come back. Now I still want this to be straight. So let me get my tool out. There's no alignment option. So you have to eyeball it. And eyeballing it, if I say I'm aiming perfectly in that direction, if I get this eyeball off even by a little bit, like that's off by a little bit. You can see there's a bend in the rail. That means instead of being over there when I'm a mile down the road or down the track, instead of being over there, you're over there because I eyeballed it. Making the tracks perfectly straight and coming up with a workflow for perfectly straight rails every time, i.e. using the cross sections, is something that's going to ensure that I'm pointed in the direction that I need to go and my track gets to where it needs to be. And there's no guesswork. It eliminates the guesswork, basically. But if you want to look at it from that way, yeah, it's 4 times the work for a perfectly straight track. So I don't, and also, believe it or not, guys, you could use that to make corners. Yeah, you could use it to make corners if you really know what you're doing. Yeah. Like that straight is not perfectly straight. You can see bends in the rails. Like right there. That's because I had to eyeball it. This is a better way to make straight track. Now, I just said you can make curves with it. I think you could do curves using the X's as a datum for, like using them for points to make a curve. I think. What is this? Railroads Online. So, here, let me theory craft it out in Paint. So, if I make an X here, right, and then we make another. Okay, let me back it up a little bit. Say I have a track that goes this way, right? And I have a track that's coming right here. How would we do this? I could make an X here, an X here, an X here, an X here, right? And then we make an X go over here, make an X go over here, make an X go over here. How do we get that? How would we do that? In Satisfactory, what I did was I made an X here. I used the platforms to make an X, and then you get your apex point right there. Or at least you should theoretically get your apex point, right? Like, if we have a T section there, that should get it. And that'll give me a point where I need to connect the rails. But from here, I need to make sure that that X is actually pointed this way. You know, it needs to be not like that. It needs to be like that. Yeah, Tessa, switches probably could do it, but then how do we physically place the rail? Like, I can get the marker points. We can mark where we want now, right? But how do we... Like, if I made this out of switches, right, you would have one switch there, another switch there, and another switch there. It would look like a saw blade. How do we X those out and then bridge the gap to make sure the curve is perfect? See what I'm talking about? It's easy. You just go down from the top and to the left, then connect the curve. Yoshi, sometimes I read what chat says and it does. I know what you're saying is making sense, but it just doesn't make any sense to me. Also, Mutter, I like that idea. Yeah, Mutter, I like your idea. Never mind, ignore me. Hard to explain via chat. No. It's not that you don't make sense. What I'm saying is sometimes my brain reads what you're saying and it turns... My brain goes, ah. You can use Miro board for things like this instead of MS Paint. Okay. Yeah, Tessa, switches might not be the worst idea, but, alright, here, hold on. Before I do this, let's see if we can use the switches to make a nice, consistent corner. I'm just curious to see if you can do it. This would really help with like ensuring alignment and accuracy. But see, that doesn't get us a good radius. So like this switch right here. See, now I can't... Shift C. What the hell's Shift C gonna do? No, that's not gonna work. All right. Before I do that any further here, let's do this. Hold on. How far do I need to go to get these switches to more or less be lined up? Okay. So I know that these track segments are 4, so there's two there, and there's 2 segments here. So it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so let's go on the 6th one. Link it here. Switch left with this with the throw on the right, and those rails are lined up, and then we need 3-foot rail. All right, so that works. And that gets me what I'm looking for. Perfect. But the throw for that switch is on the wrong side if I want to make a double rail line. Damn. Hey, J-Corn, what's up? Yeah, pretty much, Bond. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's what we're going to have to do. Six switches long, remember that. Or 6 X's long. Nope. Build the rail the same way every time. Constant grade. Select the grade. And actually what I need to do is demolish that. And then we need to make sure that the groundwork is attached to the rail. So we go groundwork, and then turn around and select the edge of the rail. That way the groundwork comes in the same way of... See what I mean? Guys, like I said, early access, you gotta be patient with it. Okay, so it's very clear that you have to make rail from point 1 to point 2, delete point 2, right? And then ground from point 1 to the end of the rail where point 2 would be. And that gets you uniform rails every time. But it might get you a little bit of overlap. It seems to depend on how you place the groundwork. So if I select the groundwork to be right, a little bit of overlap, turn around, make sure I select the center of that railroad tie. Yep, there we go. Got it. We're seamless now, boys. Okay, so now, rails. We need to demolish that. Let's try it over here. Attach the rail there. Link the rail there. Right? Now, groundwork. Well, first thing we got to do is we have to groundwork from there to there. That's not going to work. That texture is scrunched because that rail segment is tiny. Nice. Wait a minute. Why do I want it to do that? That's stupid. How about I just groundwork from here? Oh, it's not gonna attach that way. Alright, I got another way to do this. I found another logical way to do it. So, attach here, right? Then we attach to the switch, right? And then, see, that's gonna create all kinds of Z fighting, right? So now we go here. Link that to the end of the switch. Then we go groundwork again. I gotta demolish the rail here. Now we gotta go back into groundwork. And then we got to get rid of that so there's no overlap. We can get rid of it on both sides. The reason is because if I want a double track. A double track is going to be better to do this. Right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Ugh. Might run into that. Alright, so now we need to, now that we have that built out, we need to go X out of that, X out of that. One segment is 2 of these X's long, so go from there to there. It didn't link. Now give me the groundwork. Let's do this right. From the end of the switch, make sure we link that correctly. It didn't like that attachment right there. tell me about it. Because if I... See, this isn't going to work how I want, because if I... Oh. That's good enough. It doesn't have to be exact. I mean, I would want it to be, but it's a railroad grade. It's a gravel bed. It's not that big of a deal. So now I should just be able to... And we flip around to the back and snap to the tie. Bingo. There's a little bit of a... right there, but that's okay. I'd rather have that little seam than Z fighting, dude. Or I could hit the wrong button. Huh. I think I just muscle memory am hitting the wrong button. Yeah, I was. Okay, cool. Sweet. Alright, so we know that that's gonna work. Seems to make the... That's right, Jim. Yeah. You're right, they do. But see, you know what I noticed out of all this? The switch isn't in the right spot. I need to... What happens if I do this? And we put this, we put switch left. Oh, thank God that it locked into position. That would have sucked. What's the point of this? So you gotta build railroad lines, Taylor, to different industrial sites around this forest, and then you move supplies around them with the train. It's really fun, dude. You actually drive the train, which is cool. There we go. Well, you crashed the train. I see Tessa's back with nothing to add again. Thank you. I haven't been following this too well. It seems that the workflow watch is a bit wonky. They're redoing it, dude. That's why. So I'm just being patient. They're gonna add a rail spline system to this, and this is right from Heist. This is right from the developer, one of the developers on the game. They're adding a spline system to the game. So building railroad tracks will be like playing cities. Yeah, it's kind of clunky, but that's okay. The potential is here, dude. Let me put it to you like that. And everybody said that... You remember when Satisfactory first came out? Everybody said that the controls were too clunky. And now look at Satisfactory. They'll hone it in. You just gotta give them some time. In fact, this is the kind of stuff where early access is... This is the kind of stuff that early access should be used for. You know, feedback like this. Remember when Kerbal? I mean, everybody said the controls for Kerbal were terrible. And they were, and then Felipe added gizmos, and that was the end of that. See? I made something crooked and I didn't even realize it. It's all about how you put this together.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Now, we demo those two. Now groundwork. Right there. Jump off the end of the rails. Center of the tie. Hey, Blueland, 6.5 years. Insert train sounds here. There we go. Perfectly symmetrical, perfectly straight, perfectly parallel. Excellent. Perfect. It's exactly what I'm trying to do. I'm getting the KSP itch, but when I get the itch, I get the mods, and then it's a vicious cycle. So, we can get rid of these. I still haven't exactly gotten how to do the turning figured out, but how did you end up doing the switch? Drummer, what I ended up doing is using my way of putting a little bitty segment in there. And yeah, that seems to be okay. I haven't tested that yet, but I'm really just figuring out the workflow to make the tracks perfect so we don't have any, so we don't roller coaster. Same exact thing as cities, dude. And once I get the workflow figured out, this is going to be easy to do. What I'm really kind of, not hung up on, but what I'm really trying to figure out is how we can make a perfect curve every time. I mean, I was kind of honing in on it yesterday on a good workflow, but it wasn't exactly right. Hey, Owens. That's just how they do it in real life, anesthesia. That's all. I mean, look at this. That looks great. Doesn't this look good? It's perfect. And we know it's perfect. Those two tracks are perfectly parallel. Unless there's something that shifts it a little bit when you place it. And we know there is with the groundwork, but there doesn't seem to be with the tracks. Evil Bit, survey flags are in the development cycle. That's from one of the developers, dude. Yeah, I asked, is survey stuff planned? And yes, the answer is absolutely. Skip through it because it's slow. Someone on the Railroad's Discord showed how to do what you're after. Okay, drummer, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we had one of the devs in here yesterday, Evil Bit, and I didn't, dude, whenever a dev comes into a game that I don't know, I don't ever, and even devs that I do know, what I never do, as somebody that, like, dude, I went to school for game design. Game design, computer, CAD systems. I do the 3D art side of games, so like modeling all the rails and stuff and implementation. Not so much like the straight coding. I mean, I suppose I could learn that. It's not that much. The 3D side is more UX driven things, but like I have a UI to implement stuff with. But because I know that, dude, one thing I never do, and one thing I was never taught to do, is go in and just suggest shit. Oh, excuse my language. Sorry, I gotta time myself out. I'll take the time. Don't ever go and suggest stuff. You don't oh, you're gonna add this, you're gonna add this. It's better to ask, like, hey, are you going to, you think you should add something like this? Or, because you don't want to come in, like, I don't want a developer coming in here and, me being like, oh, you should add this, this is how you make your game. That's so stupid. So, yeah, I made sure that I asked Heist yesterday, I asked him a bunch of questions. Like, are surveying tools in the game? And, like, I even told him, like, dude, the only reason I'm asking is not just because I know I'm going to get asked these questions when I play this game. So if you're not here, I know the answer, because, like I said, I asked a bunch of questions, and those questions are getting asked by viewers today. So, there you go. I mean, take that for what it's worth. All right, how many did we go this way? So we went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So now we need to go 1, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I know this curve won't exactly line up. Not exactly, but there's got to be a way to do this. I wonder if they'll add the ability to construct two lines in parallel with each other. Well, Firework, the other thing is that I already figured out a way to do it. I can make parallel lines. No problem. See? Parallel lines are just fine. Actually, we should probably... Hold on. So I made it 9. I made it 9 segments instead of 8, because that gives us a center point. That'll be easier to find the apex of the corner. So we can... So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the center one, and there should be 4 over there. Okay. Does this game have destinations? All those are destinations. Gotta make the train go up there somehow. A switch near the ramp. Yeah, Rebel, yeah, that's right. I'll figure out a way to do it. I'd prefer the open-ended capability like this. I don't want a prefab two parallel track like that. That takes all the fun out of it, man. That's too easy. Yeah, you can load up the cars from what I understand, JSpeed. Yes. We need a switch right with a throw on the right. Taking switch length into account here might not be the worst idea. For corners, it might be, if we're making a switched track, might be better to use the switches. I mean, it looks like a switch near the sawmill ramp with cranes would give you the angle between current X cross 90 degrees towards the track. So are you telling me to, here, hold on. Huh? That would have been? Yeah, Canuck, I've seen it, pal. Sucks, man. Oh well. I said I wanted proof. There's your proof. She's gone. It's alright, man. What can you do? It's a shame. Yeah, it's just a plane, dude. You know, I was hitting that hopium, right? But at the end of the day, it's just an airplane, man. See, that radius is not enough. How bad is it? Oh, Shado, it's a write-off. You could take parts off of it, but she's gone, guys. Ah, I skewered myself. She's gone. It's not fixable. You're gonna need to reshell the plane. Yeah, Bill, yeah, we'll just use a tighter radius. It's not that big of a deal. I'm not worried about that. Just a plane, that's like saying the 787B was just a car. Absolutely, Saber. Message me where we're heading, man. It's like that scene in, that scene in the town. Remember that scene in the town? Look. I have a favor to ask you. I can't tell you anything about it. It's gonna get messy. Let me go get my keys. All right, let me go get my keys. Guys, they have another shell of the plane. They have another shell of a plane. They'll rebuild it. If anything, they'll rebuild for morale purposes, right? I know that feeling well. Yeah, just let me go get my keys, man. I've been itching, Saber. Itching. That is just a shell of its former self. You can make another plane, dude. Yeah, I'm not... Whatever. It's gone. Like, guys, I was hoping that the plane was still in one piece. And it seemed like it was until pretty recently. I think when the Ukrainians tried to retake Hostomel Airport, I think it got destroyed in the shelling, if you really want my honest opinion. But, hey, it is what it is, bros. It's just an airplane. It sucks. It's annoying. But what are we going to do? Sitting here and grieving about it doesn't bring it back. It's just like Buran. It sucks. I mean, the 225 is now with Buran in airplane heaven. But hey, whatever. What can you do? Can't do anything about it. Don't worry about it. Multiple times I'd get text from Das, hey, you want to go to Florida today, tomorrow? I'm on my way. Yeah, Saber, I'm with you on that one. What airplane? Antonov 225. The biggest airplane in the world got hit with a tank shell or an artillery shell. It is not the biggest plane in the world anymore. Let me put it to you like that. I think doing a whole thing in Kerbal about like heavy lift planes and stuff probably would be a cool thing for people. Alright, I got an idea. So when I was making turns before, what I'd have to do is make a temporary grade. Right? We'd have to make a temp grade. Then we'd have to make a temporary grade, and then I'd build the rails, and then I'd remake the rails so the ties are in the bed correctly, like that, and not like floating up over the ties like that. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Either way works. But once again, I want to see if there's a more precise way of doing it. If I can figure out a way to make this more precise, it'll just look better. So. Alright, here's what I'm thinking. Now, with groundwork, we're going to need constant grade. And then now what we need, we're going to need curve radius and gradient as well. Let me check something. I got it. Yep, I got it. I got a way to do this. I can make a good radius every time. All right, check this out. Regardless of the implemented features in the tool. Can groundwork snap to a bridge? I think so, Mutter. Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't. But I got an idea. So, let's go. Let's go out 3 over 1. So we're 3 X's up, 1 over. Tetris piece style. Now watch. So this is our temp grade, remember that. Oh, actually, hold on. That wouldn't be 3 out over. 3 out over would be over here. Now check this out. Look. Constant grade. So you had to make it straight for a second off the edge of the tracks, like that. And now I can snap. Alright, so now... Okay, alright, hold on. So, where's the next point? So we need to go up 3 over 1. So 1, 2, 3, and then over 1 again. Actually, up 3 over 1 from that would be right here. Because 1, 2, 3, and over 1. So get rid of that, get rid of that. And now we got to go into the groundwork again. We're going to snap there, and then the next snap point. Actually, maybe no. It's got to be like placing Minecraft blocks. So let's try up 3 over 2. Or well, 3 and 3. Let's try that. Let's see how that works. And then actually, you know, while I'm here, let's do that. Okay. Alright, so get rid of that. Now, groundwork, constant grade. Right there. And then the next point would be in between these two. Right there. And then the next point. And no. No, that's not that's not. No, I need a snap point over here. Technically that snap point would be right in the center of this. Yeah, exactly, Yoshi. Yeah. It would be the center right there. How do we snap something right there, though? Use 3 instead of 2. Another fine Mad Skills paint for you in my last link. Okay. That's not a bad way to do that, dude. Still doesn't get us an exact perfect radius, but that's actually pretty close. That's a, yeah, going and building out there first is probably a good way to do it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Shady, 26-month resub. Thanks, man. Let's try this. You can't link groundwork to groundwork. Okay. Yeah, alright. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, so... zigzag and add another pound sign in between diagonally, and you'll be able to snap them. How would I zigzag it though, dude? I'm confused. How would I get it rotated to the correct, well, rotation? EJ, you're gonna play GT7. That game looks sweet. 3 straight and then 3 right. Would a pixel circle generator help? Kind of, yes and no. Alright. Forget that workflow, though. I'm gonna try something else. Because Mutter's right. You know, you bring up a good point. It's only gonna work if we're on 90s. That really is only gonna work if we have a perfect 90-degree curve. We might not always need a 90-degree curve. This is why a survey flag would be so useful. But then again, I just need something that I can place down. We just might be able to use the X's as a... Might just be able to use them as a surveying flag, man. In fact, I think we should, actually. Where's your construction reference license? Are bridges long like the groundwork or limited like rails? Long like the groundwork, Mutter. What Smirks said. Yeah. Alright, so if that's where the 2 tracks cross, and that's including... Oh no, it's not. Hang on. Okay. Let's... We have to get an intersecting point. That's the key here. Got to get an intersecting point. So, give me groundwork, constant grade. I got another way to do this. Nope, not lined up. So I'm gonna make this track first, okay? That's perfectly aligned. Okay. Let me just double check. I'm using the rails and the boards as a sight line. And then to get my spacing to the platform, I'm using that length right there. That should be correct. Alright. Aren't there marks on the ground perfectly parallel to the platform between it and the sawmill underneath the cranes? Those are tracks for commodities that come out of here, dude. Heiss was telling me nearly that one of the developers was telling me that it has to be on this side. So, yeah. The tracks have to be over here. Alright, so let's make this out here. There we go. There. See? Perfectly straight, perfectly parallel. No, I mean to make them parallel. Oh! Yeah, I suppose I could use that as a reference too. That's not a bad idea. Last one. So groundwork, variable grade, Alright. Cool. Now, if we can find our crisscross point, nearly you gave me this idea, to be honest with you. If we can find our crisscross point, we can get a perfect radius for the corner. Yeah, that'll basically give us a radius. We just find where these two things intersect. And it probably would be better to use the switch. So, watch. Will you actually hump in this game? Yeah, you can. Alright, now we're going to do the same thing coming off the switch right there, and we'll just find where they intersect. And that should also give us our height differential as well. Alright, so now where the two tracks intersect right here, I'm going to take an X. And then this will be our radius. One of these is the right one. I'm going to have to say it's probably this one right here. Alright, so get rid of that. 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 I'll leave that there because I don't want the track to be like right here. Now keep in mind, this is going to be a little bit parabolic. What the frick? Ah, that doesn't matter. This is just a marker. Alright, so get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, and then get rid of that. Okay, so I have another theory here. So connect this in. Like that, and then, because I have a reference point, Alright, so now go here. Give me a cross like that. Demolish the first X, the first pound sign right there, and then do the same thing, but I'm going to choose variable grade this time. Variable grade. We should be able to more or less get the same reference points. Now don't mind that there's a gap right there. That's nothing. Don't worry about it. Actually, and once again, I know this might seem like, oh, dude, why are you taking so long? What the hell? I'm just figuring out a workflow. That's all. Once I get the workflow down, none of this should take me very long. Sorry. No, I screwed that up. I set it to the wrong grade. Take all the time you need. This is why you come here. It's more for the newer viewers, just in case there's anybody in here that hasn't seen me play before. That's good enough. Once again, remember, this whole thing is just replacing the track. That's it. %3 grade was too much. Okay, that's no problem. No, actually, I shouldn't have gotten rid of that. Watch this. We should be able to do the same thing with the rails. Meaning I should be able to link it to that cross, and we should be able to keep going. Watch, ready? So, link it to the cross to make sure that's perfectly straight. Bingo. And it still it has that little hump in it. Okay. Okay, that was good. That was good. You got to make the whole corner. And see, yeah, it screwed that up, but we can always delete that later. Is the Betsy emote on the way? Oh, jeez. No, I haven't worked on it at all. Nah, sorry, man. Alright, so... No, not railroad tracks. We need constant grade. Or variable grade. And 3 didn't work, so I'm going to set this to 2.5. There we go. That's more or less good. Good. Does the game built-in curve system give you what? No, Mr. Ron? I don't know what you mean. Yeah, there's a little bit of a hump there. A little bit of a hump there because it starts going down halfway through the corner. Right there. So why is this game called online? What's the online part? It's multiplayer, Reveril. I'm just playing single player right now. It's a multiplayer game, dude. Yeah. So we can have dueling railroads. Iron Oak Rail will be the victor. Wait, Jaycorn. Yeah, Iron Oak? No. That fake bacon loving mother trucker's going down. You changed your name. Yeah, well, that fake bacon loving guy is what Roblox said. Time to install the movie tool. Ever heard of the Railroad Online's extended program? It adds a track map and other options as a separate program. No. Well, no, that's not true. I have heard of it. I haven't installed it. I won't install it. I'm about to say screw the grade, to be honest with you. Just have the tracks up at the platform height. Kind of defeats the point of the damn platform. I found a better way to do it. Sweet. Found a better way to make that. Well, that's good. Yep. Yeah, I found a better way to make this. So no bridges today, huh? Why not start the variable grade at the already built groundwork and go down? Won't the groundwork link that up? Yeah, bro, I can, but here, it's hard to explain. It's just kind of the way the thing is implemented. So if I wanted to start the groundwork there, I would basically have to have a segment in there and then start the curve. You have to basically place one straight segment. You have to place one straight segment, so like first before you can place all the curved parts. Wait, if I do that, I just delete the set. You know what? If I just delete the first segment that's made, then it's not a big deal. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute, Chief. Alright, so... yeah. I got another idea, dude. I can basically make this better. And I'm gonna use kind of what you said. But see, also, bro, I can't snap to this for whatever reason, which is kind of like, alright. I can't snap to this stupid thing, which is a little bit annoying, but wait a minute. You know, bro, you gave me another idea, actually. I could just use groundwork to find the intersection point and work from... fellas, I got another idea. Better way to do it. I know I've made this curve over like 6 or 7 times now, but trust me on this one. This is a good idea. Rapid prototyping, RB. You say that a lot. We're rapid prototyping, dude. It's just like SpaceX, man. Yeah, we want to get our intersecting point. Just do this. And then now we got to figure out the grade part. So we're running a 3% grade. There's a float point error when you use the fine adjustment. See how it says 299999999? Well, that's not straight. Okay. So it's about a 3% grade here. So if we double the distance, a 1.5% grade over the whole thing would be right. 1.5%. Double the distance. Yeah, that seems right. Sorry, math. Wait a minute. Why is that? Looks like I didn't have angle snap on. Of course I didn't. No, we want variable grade on this one. Make sure we're snapped. don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna. All right. So. That was strange. I think it snapped to leftover groundwork, guys. I think that's what was going on. There was groundwork. There was railroad bed stuck. I think. I hope. I found a better way to do it, Yoshi. Alright, so set this to here. Now, we gotta set the grade 1.5. Yeah. Like I said, remember that's not the final curve, but it's much too steep on this side. But it should be good enough to get to do what we're trying to do. All right, ready? So set that there. And now we do a full segment of rail, find the center of the grade, right there. Now we do another full segment of rail. Find the next centered point, right there. Now we do another full segment of rail. Yeah, that's good. It's good. A couple of things we need to fix, like that. But that's right. So, get rid of that. Get rid of that. It's not plugging away at perfection, Rarest. I'm just trying to find the best way to do it. That's all. Rear rail is for putting locomotives back onto the track. Yeah, so the best way to do it is use the groundwork to find where, if they were going in a straight line, where they would intersect, and then basically just eyeball 3 points in there, 3 points in there, and then build the rail. But when you go to build the rail, you make it perfectly straight segments the entire time. Like you go full segments of the rail. That gives you the smoothest curve. Like, I tried making small segments of rail, and that makes it crooked and everything. But if you look, it's a perfect helical grade right here. Yeah. Not that I'll ever have to make rail that goes down and to the right. Ever. At least I shouldn't have to. Yeah, alright. This should work okay. Oh, it's just a teeny weeny bit too long. There's a slight hump right there, but that's okay. So now what we're gonna do, check this out. Here's what we do. The rails are placed. I am saving the game here. Save to slot 2. Save game. Continue. Now we get rid of the groundwork. Now I know what you're saying. Wait, why? It took you forever to place that. That was only a placeholder. Watch. Now in the future, guys, I'm gonna plan it so we don't have to make like a huge hill, like a huge grade right before the platform, because that's not how real trains are done. But yeah, this will work for now. So if we do variable grade, we start our variable grade right here. We set the grade to 1.2 or 1.5. Bingo. Once again, the end is a little weird over there, but that's okay. Now we get rid of our placement ramp, and there we go. Perfect. Once again, it's a little weird up at the front right here. I should be able to smooth that out if we just do that. Yeah, see, that's left over from the curve. So that's not exactly going to fix that. You have to figure out something with that. Well, that's, I mean, it's pretty damn good. So, all right. Yeah, Warchild, I know. But that, I know what you're talking about, but that wouldn't do that right there. That's the thing about the curve tool in this game. So, maybe, you know what? Maybe if I put another cell. deleted the wrong segment, because of course it deleted the wrong segment. Whatever. Yeah, Claude Boy. What'd you do, chat? Okay, this was right before I did the finished groundwork. Okay, so... You don't want to delete the tracks after you place them. So if there's any wiggly pigglies, not much you can do about it. But that's okay. Don't care. I'll just make sure we just won't... The real 5-head move is to make sure that we don't do this again. Okay, cool. Now I got some good workflow. Nice. Alright, so here's what we do. Let's get this right here like this. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Rails, 1, 2. Cool. Did you know that
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Did you know that the Germans are welding the joint parts of the rails so that it won't do the da-dump sound? Oh. Why? What's wrong with the da-dump sound? You use thermite to weld. It's always fun. Okay. But why are we... What's the point of getting rid of the dump sound? Oh, yeah. The fact that... Yeah, okay. High-speed rail. Oh, okay. High-speed rail. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense. Alright, so we need to go this way. Get out of here, nature! How dare you exist? How dare you? How dare you? When Arbor 2 launch? Oh. Soon. No, Claude. Okay, maybe a little. Okay, so now, groundwork, constant grade, link it to there. Then we link it to there, and then we hit Alt, toggle curve radius. Check my last if you don't mind. Do trains have right-hand traffic? I might have to put a switch in down there. I'll get back to you. We might have to stop and then back up, but that's okay. It's not a problem. That's not exact. What the hell happened to this thing? It didn't like that. Whatever. It's temporary anyway. I didn't do it right. Yeah, you gotta make sure it snaps to the bottom. Or else when you go to make the next rail, it's gonna mess it up. rail won't be perfectly flat. There we go. That's better. Whoa, it's 4:30. Holy crap. We got a space news, don't we? More choo-choo? It's up to you guys. Choo-choo, please. Space news is too depressing. Up to us. Who wants more hearts of iron? Don't forget to bind your pit limiter. Never bind the pit limiter, I just step on the brakes. Arbor 2 has failed. Ah! Whoa! Whoa! The games are supposed to be fun. How's the big boy train? I forget. 4014? It's fine. What would be wrong with it? It runs. See, now is where we lock this in. Ready? Link it. Sweet. Is it space news time yet? Why? So everybody can just talk about how in 225 and how it's wrecked and how, you know, depressing this all is? Yeah, I don't know, man. Don't really want to, Ben. Don't really wanna. But, I mean... See, racing is at 9, so you know what I'll do? No, I was curious. Yeah, I know. You know what I'll do? Well, I was gonna say we'll start Space News an hour late, but that means 20 more minutes of this. So, I mean, we could do that. I wouldn't mind that. Is there any good space news? It's Starship update, and that's about it. Are you making a track based off something? I'm trying to find the flat parts of the ground, Kane. See, there's a lot of treacherous terrain around here. You gotta kind of be careful where you build the track, because you don't want to... Trains don't go up hills very well. And this game does physically simulate that, so... Gotta be careful. No earthwork. I don't think. Okay. So we're gonna need constant grade. Snap 2, and then if we hold Alt, this should go perfectly straight. And then pretty much right at this tree right here, I want to take a turn. Actually, yeah, right here should be fine. Now, because I want to take a turn, what does the turn need to be? I want to make a 30-degree turn here, so let's go minus... Maybe not even. Ten? 10 maybe? All right, which direction are we facing right now? Actually, another 10-degree turn is pretty much what we're going to end up needing. All right, ready? Lift off. Oh! 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 Oh. 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 Look at my broomstick. Oh. Yeah. Lift off. Nope. Oh. We've had an anomaly. Whoa! Bruh. Hi. That isn't exactly right. Again. Again. When was the car wash update? Oh, I don't know. Train wash though. Wouldn't it be train wash, dude, technically? I should have made another set of those back there, but that's fine. We'll leave those there for now, for when I want to do the parallel track. Help me, I'm stuck. Bingo. Is there a chance the track could bend? Yeah. Giving the dog a bone. Giving the dog a bone. Giving the dog a bone. Alright, so now we're gonna need groundwork. Now we need to do we're gonna need to do constant grade, and we gotta make the track turn. So we're gonna need how we should do this is like this. So it's using Bezier curves. So you have a point here, right? And you have a point over here, right? And then you have the point where they intersect. This is the reason why I wanted to figure out what that point was, okay? Because if I can figure out what that point was, and then we average the distance there, you can get your angles. You can get thetas right here, give or take. It's close enough. And then if I place a track like here, right, then I'm going to need to place a track right here, place one right there, place one right there, and then place one basically right there, and that's how the game plots the curve. It's where you place it down. It's kind of using splines, kind of, but not. But it kind of is. It's averaging between the curves. That's how you can make nice curves that are even every time if you find the radius of the corner. And then use the radius of the corner to find the apex. But that's what I was doing. That's what I was trying to figure out when we built that over there. But in order to do that, I need to figure out how far the curve needs to go, right? And then I need to figure out the direction that it's going to go in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go constant grade here. Is there another grand strategy game that you like besides Hearts of Iron? Not really. Alright, so I know, Brimo. I get it. Give me 1 second, okay? There's not much space news to talk about today, okay? Trust me. I know I always say this. Let me get this right in my head. I just want to make sure that this workflow works, okay? Here we go again. All right. Anyone heckles me about space news starting soon, I'm just going to cancel it and I'm just going to play this for the rest of the night. So, your choice. I will stop once I figure this out, okay? Yeah, Yoshi, that's what I was trying to kind of hone in on.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Lego. It's 3-foot narrow gauge. Okay. All right, so now all I gotta do is make sure that we're aligned here and at the right height. We are. All right, so there. Demolish the center rail. And now, because I have my groundwork set up and I have the radius of the corner set up, I'm gonna demolish that groundwork. I don't know how they would be if we can't find the degree of the turn that we need, Crafty. See what I'm talking about? How the heck are we going to know how much we need to turn? See? There's real no way to... I mean... I could probably guesstimate it, dude, to be honest, right? So, like, if we did... No, 2 degrees was nowhere near enough. 5 degrees it seems like what we should be doing here. Five, 10, 15, 20, 25. What the hell's going on here? Yeah, nearly, yeah. This 5 wasn't enough. So, you see, this is why the degree radius thing is fine, but it doesn't. If you have to guess, it doesn't matter. I'm trying to eliminate the guesswork with the way I'm building. So I don't have to do this. So I don't have to just keep guessing over and over again. Alright, 10 degrees. 10, 20, 30, 40. I suppose we could just make all the corners go with the same degrees per 100 feet. Every corner would look uniform. They would all look the same. If we go, every one of them goes at 10 degrees. And then everything would look nice and uniform. Alright. But even then, we're not getting distance between points here, which is very freaking annoying. There we go. All right. Bruh. Yeah, I need a tape measure, Mr. Bond. We need a freaking tape measure. All right. I'll try spinning. That's a good trick. Alright. Okay, so now demolish groundwork, and I know this is gonna be like, wait, why? Watch. Yeah, RB, that was the hardest thing to solve. That's why I chose to spend my time doing that. I chose to spend my time solving that problem because the helical curve down into the left, it would be the hardest thing to do. Not like this. Not like this.